What's up, Charles? Wake all them people up.
Morning, Randy. How you doing this morning?
If it's any better, I couldn't stand
it. Man, I know what you mean.
I don't know what else a man would want a pretty morning like this.
Yeah, I mean, cold, icy, easy to slip and fall and bust your butt. I mean, it doesn't get better.
Coordination.
Yeah, that was about 30 years ago for me.
Well, I figured you got some of that back bend. You've been hitting the old gym again.
It doesn't take a whole lot of coordination to lift the weights.
True.
Just trying to get in fence building shape.
Yeah, because I'm going to need your back more than I am your brain for that job.
There were a lot of comments I could make to that, and I'll just pass them.
Taking the moral high ground on me, are you?
Just this once. Just this once.
Right up this toward Emporia.
Okay.
Hey, are we the only ones up this morning?
I think we're it. We got it to ourselves.
I know Paul told me about 3:30 he was going to bed. Well, which one am I supposed to be? It's probably me screwing it up.
I was on Storm. Using Chase 1, I think I was in the other one.
Turn right onto East Kellogg.
Alright, I'll move over there.
Randy, you still are. You're in the public channel. If you want to go to Chase 1, that's fine.
Continue on East Kellogg Avenue for a half mile.
Early in the morning.
This thing's, yeah, go straight. Okay. No, you gotta go to the right. You do to get on the interstate.
Wait, is it Chase 1?
Continue on East Kellogg Avenue for a half mile.
I'm not hearing you.
Good morning, Tammy. How are you?
In a half mile, take the exit toward Rock.
Get off on this exit up here to the right.
Good morning.
Take the exit toward Rock, then merge onto East Kellogg Drive North.
Morning.
I-35 north, then sharp left onto East Kellogg Drive.
Sharp left.
Yeah, you go underneath this thing, turn around.
Sharp left onto East Kellogg Drive, then use the left lane to take the US 54 East ramp.
Left right here.
Right here.
Yeah, you go across and right back. One of them turnarounds.
In 1,000 feet, use the left lane to take the US 54 East, US 400 East ramp. Use the left lane to take the US 54 East ramp. Continue on US 54 East for a half mile.
Left like a rock.
I heard that.
In a quarter mile, use the right lane to take the I-35 north ramp to Kansas City.
Okay.
We're sorry, don't do that, but it's probably more widespread if they're saying.
Use the right lane to take the I-35 north ramp.
That should be this one.
Yeah.
In 1,000 feet, keep left at the fork.
Hurry in for Olive Garden's 3.
North, El Dorado, Kansas City.
There, Randy.
Yes, sir.
So, as I said, some melting will be going on during the whole storm event as well, so that's good news there. Let's go through some of these reports here. Great Bend, Kansas, now we're seeing some ice being reported countrywide on roads. That's important to know because I think we're going to see a lot more of those kinds of reports across central and eastern Kansas as well. Wichita reported about 2/10 of an inch of ice there. Kansas City is the downtown airport NKC. It is right about there, so it's closer to Arrowhead than the international airport. We're dealing with 30 degrees and freezing rain right now.
And that's important to note. The airport on the north side of Kansas City, where you're going to stay freezing rain longer than, say, the downtown area. I mean, that freezing line is basically right across Kansas City.
It is right across Kansas City, and we are going to see a lot more roads getting in worse shape across the entire state of Kansas. Those roads here shaded in blue up in here, north central part of the state, down there south of Casey, are partially covered in ice. We'll see a lot more of that later on today. Here's one estimate going through tonight only. Ice yet to come across the region, and if you can animate this, you can see it sort of expand eastward and northward into Nebraska and Iowa, that's right, Kelly, with some significant effects that way as well.
And it doesn't stop there, you guys. Overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, watching cities like Chicago, Des Moines. Cold air in place, that moisture is moving on up.
There it goes, moving on northward, and as we said, downtown Kansas City may shift over to rain lunchtime, but 10 miles north of the city, and maybe a few hours later. We'll be right back.
showing more icy roads out here around Topeka. That might be more.
I think.
It changed just now. No. Right there, just to the west of Topeka, there's a bunch. Garnett is showing to be getting it right now. And you see what their roads are like. I think the roads are okay there right now.
Here, watch this wheel second.
Oh, wait, I ain't found it yet. There it is. I got it.
There you go. Tell me if I need to hit the brakes.
Hit the gas. I got it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, feel much better. Oh, I hate having on too many clothes. Ain't much traffic out yet, is there?
No.
There will be.
Balmy for the Twin Cities in January. We're talking about mid-40s. Amazing. So a lot of warm up here. Warmth that we've already experienced here across portions of the south. It's been kind of foggy out there this morning. Ground stop in Charlotte due to fog, quarter-mile visibility. High temperatures today will be 10 to 20 degrees above average once again, taking you into the early part of the week. We're going to see those above average temperatures too. Here's what we're talking about today. Look at that. Memphis at 57 degrees, but Kansas City at 32, 36 degrees there in St. Louis, Minneapolis at 30 for a high temperature. Then into tomorrow, watch us ease above freezing, and I mean big time here in Kansas City and in St. Louis, upper 40s to mid 50s there. Then on Tuesday, we'll continue to see above freezing temperatures for most of us here, even Minneapolis, easing above the freezing mark. So look at this, Pittsburgh, 55 degrees here on Tuesday will be 25 degrees above your average. Atlanta, 15 to 20 degrees above average with a 71 degree high. Even Boston getting into the action. 40 degrees, that would put you 10 to 15
There'll
degrees
be a lot
above
of
what would be considered average. Here's the
football
South,
fans
and we've already
pissed off at
experienced
the
warm up
weather,
here,
man.
but we're going to see more Tuesday.
They're saying it's
70s,
gonna be a
widespread across
catastrophic
portions of the
deal.
Deep South. We'll see those upper 60s around the Nashville area. A little bit of a cool down for some of us, but still staying very, very warm, unseasonably warm. Like we're continuing to be in Atlanta, staying in the 60s, well above your average of 52. The warmth just goes on and on.
What happened to winter? And you know, we also have the threat for some springtime thunderstorms, even though it is the middle of January. We're tracking that for you here in Austin. Looking at 6th Street right now, a little foggy out there this morning, but definitely on the warm side. And we do have the threat for severe storms. Fort Stockton, San Angelo, even down towards Riverwalk in San Antonio. Football game. I know you guys are excited, Cowboys fans, taking on the Packers. So we'll have to watch the radar very closely as we go through the afternoon and evening hours. To the north, you've got that wintry mix in the panhandle, but to the south, that is where we have the warm sector, more the juice and some of the ingredients coming together. Mainly a line, but you can see we do have some of those discrete cells forming out ahead of that line. That means any one of them could rotate and therefore produce tornadoes. We've got tornado chances of about 30 to 40% from the northern part of the state down into the south, and then even Dallas during the wee hours of tomorrow morning, whether you're celebrating or not, your Cowboys game, you're going to be hearing the thunder, and then eventually we watch that line move into Arkansas and Louisiana, where that severe threat, by the way, will continue. It doesn't just stop in Texas. Here's the red on the map for tomorrow, Little Rock all the way down into Houston. Damaging winds, hail, that's your primary threat. And then as we head towards Tuesday, overall the severe threat diminishes, but still watch for heavy rain on roadways if you're traveling on Tuesday. We'll be right back.
Kind of like seeing him go to Super Bowl. Simply because our local boys play football.
Thinking if we can get up here to around Emporia, maybe hang out right there a little bit. There's some pretty good, this rain right here is all coming that direction, I think. Yeah, gonna hit right about Emporia and go right into Topeka.
few limbs down here in the parking lot of McDonald's, but not enough to really cause a lot of problems. Statewide, last check, under 5,000 customers without power. And remember, Oklahoma has just under 5 million residents. So put that in perspective, we come through this in pretty good shape. We've got ice on the trees out here, about a quarter inch of ice, and they are stressed. They're leaning. You can hear the cracking. But without the wind and the fact that temperatures later this morning will head above freezing, we're looking good. I mean, we could be in a lot worse shape. Colder temperatures and wind, and we would hear crackling. We'd hear the shotgun sounds going off in trees around the area, and that knocks out trees, knocks out power, and puts people into cold. But right now, things are fine. Let's check in on St. Louis, Missouri, where they had a little bit of ice yesterday. Scott, I know we had the hockey puck out yesterday. I have a feeling that hockey puck stays in the pocket this morning.
The hockey puck is in the pocket because 32 degrees here, just all rain here, but some counties to the north, they're still having some problems on the roads up there because the temperature's a little bit cooler. Now, you know, ironically, this weekend there's an ice carnival in the Loop here in St. Louis, and a lot of people got to go out, and they were very grateful that the crews had gotten the roads in good shape. Here's what a couple of them had to say.
They're getting plenty of salt down and everything, so hopefully we'll all be okay here. So just not used to just having the ice, which is a lot more different than having snow.
Tell me your thoughts about the ice festival right in the middle of an ice storm.
Oh, okay. It's very ironic. I mean, I think it's good timing, but I mean, I've never been here before. It's really cool to be there, and it's like amazing that all these people came out right in the middle of the ice storm.
The roads aren't quite icy as they were yesterday, but just got word that in Franklin County, US 50 at I-44 is closed. So if you're traveling down that way, it just goes to show you that the roads are still not in the greatest shape. You know, wet is just as hard, not quite as hard, but almost as hard to travel in as ice. But a big break here, and the trees here, nothing on the shrubs. All the ice is gone down here. Back to you guys.
All right, Scott, thanks so much. And you know, even though it looks wet, I would still treat it like it might be ice because the temperature is so close to freezing right now.
And there will be spots where the road temps are cold enough to support the ice, so be very careful out that way. Let's go now through a forecast from this morning and watch the northward progress of this freezing rain, because it is going to get into Nebraska. It's going to get into Iowa, and it could be very bad there with potential ice accumulations over a quarter of an inch there, which is enough to do some damage.
I mean, Omaha got an ice storm warning going into effect for you guys this afternoon, where it's what, about 30 degrees right now?
Right about now, midnight tonight, we expect a solid round of freezing rain, like what we're seeing over Kansas, move northward across that region, right along I-80. So be very careful traveling all the way eastward toward northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin.
Be a rough commute.
I just don't see it getting any colder if it's not freezing right now.
Madison, Milwaukee, back towards Des Moines, Omaha, you're still in it tomorrow.
Right, tomorrow. And then we're going to see, I think, gradually this warming trend move northward, because the storm track is going to actually be about like that. And on the east side of these cyclones, or these areas of low pressure, you get a lot of warm air flowing northward. This is no exception. In fact, it's going to be pretty warm, I think, in some of these locations next week.
So for some, it gets better. For others, not so much. It gets worse. So we're still watching even cities like Minneapolis, where it's been so cold lately. We even have the possibility of a winter next.
Let's talk about Omaha, eastern Nebraska. We can think of this as western Iowa as well. This afternoon through probably tomorrow morning and maybe a little bit tomorrow afternoon, we'll see freezing rain, and perhaps as much as a quarter of an inch, maybe a little bit more in some places. Regardless, travel will be hazardous and power outages may be widespread.
Yeah, exactly. So make sure you know where the flashlights are just in case, an overnight event for you. Yep. And then we take it on into Des Moines, same deal, overnight tonight into Monday.
Same deal in Des Moines. You could play this game with Cedar Rapids, you could go to Waterloo, you could go to southern Minnesota, Rochester, Worthington, Albert Lee, Minnesota, right along the I-90 corridor. You're going to get some freezing rain too, likely tonight and tomorrow. So it doesn't stop across Kansas, it moves northward. And right now we're looking pretty good, Kelly. Yeah. But conditions will be getting worse through the afternoon now.
It's amazing. We've been tracking this since Friday, this icing event, if you will, and it goes all the way through Monday for so many of you here in the Midwest. So just a heads up, Omaha, as we mentioned, it's going to get worse later on today. So for now, you're good with your errands.
Yeah, you start off with snow, then maybe a little bit of sleet, and then freezing rain ultimately. And then maybe all rain right as it ends up. That would be a good scenario.
All right, great. Thanks, Nick. We're all over this storm.
Oh, yeah, definitely multifaceted to this multi-day event. Still ahead on a new hour of AMHC Weekend, our continuing team coverage of Winter Storm Jupiter. Stay with us for the latest on the icy threat across the southern U.S.
Not showing any accidents this morning, so the roads must be in pretty darn good shape.
Yeah, of course. We ain't met 5 cars
Yeah,
since we left.
that's one of the reasons. How many cars you think we've met? We'll count them.
Let's say we met 5.
They call this interstate.
335.
Kansas Turnpike 335. 6.
coverage.
Thunder set to rumble across the plains as severe storms prepare to take aim across the region. We got the precautions of 4 in place. Who's in the red zone for today's stormy, dangerous threat?
And the ice hasn't been nice across parts of the country, but a major temperature thaw is coming. How big of a temperature turnaround are we talking? The answer right here, right now on AMHQ Weekend.
Good morning. Welcome to AMHQ Weekend. I'm meteorologist Kelly Cass. We've got 15 states still in the crosshairs of Jupiter, which is opening claim to more lives.
I'm meteorologist Nick Walker, and Dr. Postel is here today. We're bracing for the potential of more ice and thick in some spots.
Yeah, it's going to get pretty bad across much of Kansas, already starting, and it's going to be moving north into Iowa, Nebraska, Illinois, southern Minnesota, so we have a long way to go here.
And be prepared for power outages because we are hearing the sound of trees cracking.
Look.
Yeah, quite the icy disaster unfolding in Buffalo, Oklahoma. Freezing rain certainly taking its toll on the trees and power lines. We just heard the trees snapping under the added weight of all that ice. And the city trees are knocked down and power lines coated in thick ice. Some reports showing about 1/4 inch of ice coating many of the services in the city.
So we've got a widespread area we're continuing to watch here for ice as much as 3/4 inch in some spots, and that's the crippling area that we're looking at. Omaha, back toward Dodge City. This includes Wichita, and so many people could see at least damaging situation here with some tree damage, numerous power outages, and some of those power outages in other areas could be worse.
We're thankful that the temperatures aren't as cold where we have been experiencing some of that freezing rain. So Mike Seidell's in Enid, Oklahoma, where, Mike, you're saying that the roads are pretty good, but the trees have been encased in ice.
Indeed, we've got about 1/4 inch of ice here. One report of 3/10 inch of ice. That alone, without wind, and the fact that we're going to be in a melting situation later on this morning, is very, very promising. But these are ice-laden pine trees, and you can see there's a lot of weight, a lot of stress. Now, if the wind was blowing, or if there was more ice, then you'd be running the risk of what we see well northwest of here. Let's take you out to Buffalo, Oklahoma. This is northwest of Rutherford. You can hear the trees cracking there. And this took out power. Now, this is about the only area where we have a fair amount of power out, and even that is only 15% of the customers from Northwest Electric. About 1,700 customers last check. Statewide, though, only 4,800 customers statewide. OT&E, which is one of our camps here with 350 trucks, they're only reporting about 1,000 customers without power, and they've got a base of 750,000 customers.
That's where Brandon was
Ice in
going
the
to go
grass, ice in
cover.
the trees, the roads, as Kelly mentioned, in great shape. There's nothing freezing out here. It's 32. It's been 32 since noon. Look at the pretty pictures. I mean, it is just absolutely beautiful. And when the sun comes out tomorrow, it'll just reflect off that ice and get your cameras ready for some
We get
photo
up
ops.
here and there's
As far as
still
the
nothing.
forecast
We
goes
might
today,
ought to go a little
temperatures
farther
set
west out
at
there
12 points
and
later on
take
today.
some of that
Maybe
up.
thunder with the rain. Our freezing rain
The heck,
advisory
they're not
wraps up
gonna.
at
I don't
noon
think
today.
it's gonna do anything
And then
actually
tomorrow,
up here
to
that
50.
much.
So get the pictures before it melts tomorrow afternoon. By the middle of the week, 60 degrees, 15 degrees above average. So looking up so far, so good as far as power goes here from Oklahoma City, Tulsa to Northwest Oklahoma. Let's go up to St. Louis. They're not out of the woods quite yet. Although temperatures this morning, Scott, have been running 32 to 33 degrees. That certainly has helped the situation out overnight there in St. Louis.
Yeah, we had 33 degrees just about an hour ago, and now it's 32, but things are in pretty good shape here. It is raining right now. All the ice that was on all these shrubs yesterday, it's all gone. This is all, it's normal, it's just wet and out on the streets, as you can see out there. They've been well salted, and with the warmer rain coming down, the streets are in pretty good shape here. Not so good a little bit north of here, north St. Louis County and also St. Charles. There's still ice on the trees, and the streets are a little bit more slippery there. Boy, you know, we've had a slew of accidents here over the weekend, and one fatality definitely related to the weather here in the St. Louis area. But the streets, you know, are much better shape right now, so not seeing the number of accidents we did. There is one accident that we've been told about in Franklin County on US 50, so be aware of that. The road is closed around that area. Also, the trees, we talked about a lot of ice on the trees the last couple of days, but because of the rain, because of the warmer temperatures, the trees, at least here in St. Louis, no problem, but north, as I mentioned, the ice is still on the trees, but as the day goes through and the temperatures go up, that should alleviate that situation as well. With no Lambert coming and going have been canceled, so if you're flying, make sure you check on that. A lot of church services this
We see downtown airport Kansas City not reporting any freezing rain right now, according to the official just cloudy, but everywhere around there, all the way from East Summit, Pleasant Hill, even the Johnson County airports here, the executive airport and the industrial airport, and even up at MCI, the international airport, all reporting freezing rain. So expect freezing rain all around the Kansas City metro area and out to the west, Douglas County, you name it.
You think we need to get it, start going a little farther west, Randy?
Well, I don't know. They just keep talking about
Here's the legend up here,
Kansas
just
City's
for
gonna get
reference.
it.
Yeah, they've done that though for.
Ice are the light blue
I know.
ones. There's some down here south of KC.
We're here.
Here's Salina as well. We're going to see a lot more of light blue shading across the entire state.
All right, so we need that warmer air to win out, and it will eventually for parts of Missouri and Kansas, but it takes a while, all the way through the afternoon.
It's trying. It's trying. That warm air is trying to get north, and it's going to be a close call in Kansas City. Right around 32 degrees through the afternoon hours. Go a little
See, they're saying around 30, 31, 32. Well, we've been seeing like this. This is what do you get?
Iowa, certainly eastern Nebraska and even Wisconsin.
So some of you get better.
You have to have colder temperature.
Chicago. Watch that ride tomorrow morning.
Here's your picture for tomorrow morning. We're talking
It's not
about
been doing it at this temperature.
What's happening right now? We can go one more step further tomorrow night. Look at how far north the rain goes.
We can go up here to Emporia and see, and then we can cut across. And
Long-lasting impacts out there, Nick.
On the rain. Thanks so much, guys. Winter Jupiter is far from over, as we can see.
who's there?
More ice on parts of the central U.S. Justin Michaels is live in Kansas City, getting ready for it.
One thing you're talking about. Trying to find
That's exactly right, Nick. I'll tell you what, the fine mist is coming down right now. It's below freezing here in Kansas City. That means anything that mist touches that's untreated, it is freezing. Coming out after this break, though, we'll talk to somebody from Kansas about what's happening.
See what he said.
In the panhandle, they said.
Welcome back to AMHQ Weekend. We are watching your temperature very closely here in Kansas City. Now 31 degrees. Downtown not reporting anything, but we are seeing freezing rain at a lot of other stations nearby. Temperature right around 31. That ice storm warning continues through midnight, so you can see where the purple is on the map. That is your freezing rain.
Try to stay home if you can. Travel strongly discouraged with these conditions. Justin Michaels live in Kansas City. Talking about how the temperature makes such a difference, but location can make a big difference here, Justin.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Nick. In fact, where we are here in Kansas City, it's just below freezing. There's a very fine mist coming down, but anything that mist touches that is not treated, which is a lot of surfaces at this point, is completely frozen. But it's not just happening here. Lots of states involved in this. Let's talk to Katie Horner. She's with the Kansas Department of Transportation. You're pretty close to us, Katie, and your state's dealing with a lot of icing this morning, too. Can you tell us how conditions are this morning?
Good morning. Yeah, I am at the State Emergency Operations Center. I'm the Public Affairs Director for the Kansas Department or Division of Emergency Management and the Kansas National Guard. And what I can tell you right now, and as you've been able to see by the Can Drive map on the roads, we have numerous roads that are closed out by Garden City, some north of Salina, and some just south of Hayes. We did have a report of one fatality accident overnight in the Liberal area due to the icy roads. It was just a one-car collision. 6 people in the car, one unfortunately died. But other than that, the roads have actually been pretty quiet through the night. I think a lot of Kansas are heeding the warning to stay off the roads. KDOT treated the roads with salt and sand, continue
temperature ask of people?
We have asked people to stay home and off the roads for two reasons. One, to keep them safe, and the other, to give road crews room to work. And like I said, many of the Kansans have heeded that and stayed off the roads. My concern, Justin, is that they step out and they say, oh, it's just raining, it's no problem. But as we've all been saying all along, this is going to come down to just 1 degree Fahrenheit, and what is just water now will turn to ice. So we're just saying, please be careful. Conditions will be changing throughout the day, and we'll just have to monitor that surface temperature. Right now, our roads are holding at 33 degrees. Our bridges, though, are at 31. So, as I heard Greg Postel say, as you're driving down the road, you may think it's fine, and then all of a sudden hit a slick spot and be out of control. So the safest thing, stay home. Let us take care of the roads. Let us take care of everything that we can for you. And as soon as the temperature warms up, things will be fine to get back out.
All right, Katie Horner with the state of Kansas. We do appreciate you taking time with us this morning. Stay safe over there in Kansas. And, of course, it's affecting so many states, including right here in Kansas City. We're in Missouri, so just over the border here in Missouri from Kansas. And really right
there's
now,
completely
lots of icing
covered.
is an issue right now. But the good news is MoDOT, Missouri Department of Transportation, just like in Kansas, they have been out in full force for days now.
That's where I think it's going to get the worst, right
sure
in
the roads
that
are as
area.
pre-treated as possible, and then they're working those shifts 24 hours a day, 12-hour shifts.
Because all this is coming up through there, and it's already the worst. I think that's
sure they are as clear as possible, especially because, Kelly, remember, we have that big divisional playoff game, the Steelers and the Chiefs taking on each other this evening. Hopefully by the time that happens, we'll have switched above that 32-degree point, the freezing point, and maybe we'll have a little bit of thawing going on. But you know what? The great thing is tomorrow, Kelly, in the 50s. In the 50s
See, they've
tomorrow.
got that circled out here. That's the where they've got the warning, mesoscale discussion for the freezing and that.
Trying to keep everybody safe out there. We have another aspect to the storm system, and that is the severe side. So College Station right now, kind of misty, a little foggy out there, 59 degrees, but it could get loud later
Yeah, because I don't think it's going to get
anywhere from really Dallas, Fort Worth, from Abilene, right on down towards Riverwalk and San Antonio. 6th Street in Austin will be hopping out there, but just have a way to get those warnings, including possible tornado warnings. Our exclusive tour con showing a 4 here. That's a 40% chance and a 30% chance as we make our way to the northern and western parts of the Lone Star State. So there will be some thunderstorms developing. We've already got it going on this morning. All the ingredients coming together, and even that threat will continue through tomorrow across the Arklatex down into Houston as well. Delays at the airport, definitely watching I-10 for slowdowns here between Houston and New Orleans. And then as we head to Tuesday, we still have the
right up here in about 4 miles we can make an adjustment up here in about 4 miles.
Even back into Texas, we're not going to be done quite yet, which means that rainfall is really going to pile up in some areas. We're talking 2 to 3 inches of possibility in that darker shade of green there in the Honeywoods of eastern Texas. Otherwise, in 2 inches of rainfall as well. Stay with us as we continue to track the dangerous conditions in which storm future.
Might be nice quick. I wonder if it'd be as quick to just turn around and go back to the way we came.
No, it'd be longer to go that way. It's kind of got us doing virtually that. Just a cut across road. Right up here there's a road that goes over like that. Right here. Because that's where everything, I mean, just look at the road map. I think we're just wishing it to see. Look, I mean, these roads are clear.
Those just rural roads.
A lot of them are going to be just. Yeah, but now this isn't right through here. See where that's heading? That's at Interstate 70. See, that's just south of Interstate 70, right? Salina. Is that just a little north? I think just. Let me look at the temperatures a little bit. Wish we had a little better temperature map. Wichita, Salinas 30. Okay, right there. See, just west of, right there, 27, 20. This is where it's going to get sticky. See, there's your cold spot right there. See, 20s. This rain here's coming up. We can get right up in here when that hits that interstate right there. But this may bring warmth with it.
Yeah.
See, look up here, Kansas City, 30, 31, 31. All this whole area from here over is all in the 30s. I think we need to get over here. But it's showing 30s down here where they're saying it's so devastating in that too. See down here?
Yep.
In 2 miles, take exit 92 toward Cassidy.
But it's showing 27 down here. See that cold deal?
Yeah.
Just west of Wichita, 27 right here. There's just a little dip in it right there. Just get out there and see what happens. 'Cause I don't. This over here is just a. They've got it treated. I don't think it's gonna. We've chased this stuff like this for 2 days. Can you go out and knock the ice off your dish? That will usually fix it. Kate said her dish was out.
Yeah, reporter Morgan Radford joins us live from Wichita, Kansas, where we do have an ice storm warning in effect. And Morgan, have you been able to get out there and kind of test out the roads? How are they doing so far?
The roads are wet this morning, Kelly, but they're not quite as slippery as we expected. But we do know this morning that 6 people have been confirmed dead. The Kansas State Highway Patrol said that 2 people died here in Kansas just overnight. And to give you a sense of things, 21 million people across 9 different states have all been affected by this storm. Kansas and here in the Midwest in the crosshairs. We've seen up to an inch of ice, and that was in parts of the Midwest and the Great Plains. But to give you a sense, these types of ice storms are usually much smaller in scale, so this is a relatively large one. And according to the dangers, you can see when you have about half an inch of ice, that can create the equivalent of about 280 pounds on a lot of these power lines. And so it's not only the power lines we have to be concerned about snapping, especially as people are outside this morning trying to recover, but it's also those roads, Kelly, as you mentioned, that people have to take extreme caution on if they're leaving.
All right, good advice, Morgan. Just assume it's icy, even though it looks wet. It can be very deceiving out there. Thanks so much for that live report.
You know, St. Louis and much of Missouri are under an ice storm warning until the lunch hour today. That's when temperatures should break above the freezing mark. 4 traffic deaths linked to the ice storm in the middle of the country, and now that number up to 6, we're told. 2 of those in Missouri, 1 in the St. Louis metro, another in the Kansas City area.
I want to take you live now to St. Louis, where we have our Weather Channel, Scott Newell, this morning. And Scott, you were saying the same thing. The roads may be wet for the most part, but you just can't rule out an icy patch here or there.
Yeah, and let me tell you, a good sign of that is I-70 near Union, which is a little bit north of here. The crash there, a lot of responders out there, so we're going to have to check and see what happened out there, but we believe it is weather related because the roads are slick Yes, they're not icy right now. Temperature is 32 though, and anything can happen. But the good news is the roads have been treated. You look out here, this is downtown St. Louis. You see there's not a lot of traffic out here this morning. A lot of churches are closed, but yeah, it's just slick. It's just wet. They've been pouring a ton of salt on there. And the priority is I-70, by the way. A lot of people might be going to the Kansas City
turn right onto
tonight.
Sunbarger Street.
I also want to tell you that we had an ice carnival here at the Loop, and people very grateful to get out to that ice carnival, even though, you know, it's an ice carnival in the middle of an ice storm. How ironic is that? Here's what a couple of people had to say.
There's a ton of people here, so but it's really good that it didn't continue to precipitate during the day today, and this is awesome.
It was worse than I thought. I mean, the trees and stuff were all icy, and the grass. So
getting this kind of around on the road, and then we'll.
We just heard from the people at MoDOT who say they believe the worst is over here. They're going to keep the total number of crews on until about noon, then they're going to cut back a little bit. They have been salting very heavily, though. And I will tell you again, we just checked the map. The eastern part of the state is in pretty good shape, but if you go north of here, that's where the difficulties begin because the temperatures up in Quincy, Illinois, and also in Hannibal, Missouri, a little bit colder than they are here. The temperature makes a big difference. Back to you.
All right, Scott Newell reporting for us live from St. Louis, and unfortunately, we do have to report that there are now 6 dead from Winter Storm Jupiter. Majority of them fatal accidents in Oklahoma as well as Missouri. So please be careful out there. Give yourself some time, and best case, Nick, just stay off the roads if you can.
Look at that road.
It really is what you need to be doing.
Continue on
slick,
Northeast 150th Street for 28 miles.
Some slick and treacherous roads are greeting drivers.
Bridges are going to be
in
slick.
Indiana, in Montgomery County, you can see there were a lot of struggles there. So it's widespread. We'll continue to watch Interstate 35. Here in Dallas, it looks like it's probably just going to be thunderstorms. We're going to greet you, particularly in the afternoon and into the evening hours. Rain showers could be spotted this morning. We'll see more toward the north in terms of problems with ice. Up toward the Oklahoma City area, periods of freezing
Well,
rain
then we probably better go back and get on that other road then. If it's going to be as fast as we go on these.
Then northward along 35 up toward Kansas City. That's an area, of course, we're closely monitoring. A lot of folks coming into town for the big NFL game.
We'll right back there and get on that.
Rain continuing throughout the morning hours. That temperature not really getting above the freezing mark until very late as rain begins to mix in overnight.
Check ahead if you are flying today. We do already have some cancellations, and now even a ground stop in Charlotte due to very bad visibility. Fog is reducing visibility down to 1/8 of a mile right now in the Queen City. Otherwise, we don't have any delays showing up in the middle of the country, but that's where we have the majority of cancellations.
27
Over 100
miles
nationwide, a lot of them coming in from the Kansas City and
You
St.
are on
Louis
the fastest
areas.
route.
And still ahead this morning on AMHP weekend, under 56 days of rain. How long will it last?
Out there.
In a quarter mile, continue on to Sunbarger Street. Continue on to Sunbarger Street, then turn left onto Kansas 177 North. You are on the fastest route. You should reach your destination by 7:59 a.m. Turn left onto Kansas 177 North. I-35 South ramp, then merge onto I-35 South.
As the temperature warms, it should fall off.
Colder. I've dropped it during you.
So yeah, it's a little cooler, 31. Just about 30.
I wonder if this cold air is coming up through here.
It's coming from somewhere.
Past the hours, AMHQ weekend continues. We have breaking news. Unfortunately, sad news to report that Winter Storm Jupiter being blamed for 2 more fatalities, bringing the overall death toll to 6 now, all traffic related. We're talking Oklahoma, Missouri, and now Kansas as well. So we really can't stress enough. Stay off the roadways. Assume they're icy even if they look wet.
Yeah, and that is the deceiving thing. They often do look wet, but
You are on the fastest route. You
Yeah, I
should
think
reach your
regardless of how
destination
much
by
you get, whether
9:29
it's a
a.m.
tenth of an inch of ice or a quarter or even more than that, it's dangerous enough to cause real problems on the roadway. Stay off them if you don't have to be out.
And where we do get the heavier ice accumulation, where we have the ice storm warnings, you could lose your power for quite some time as well. Kansas City, St. Louis, things will be improving later on today, but yeah, it's still a crippling event in parts of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri.
some of these areas could get up to 3/4 of an inch of ice, and we've already seen one place in Oklahoma that has an inch of ice, so very dangerous.
All right, one of those places that we're watching closely is Enid, Oklahoma. We're thankful that the temperature wasn't much colder during the overnight, Mike, because otherwise those roads behind you would have been in much worse shape.
Indeed, we've been at 32 now since noon yesterday, so almost a whole day right at freezing. That really helps the situation out. But elevated surfaces and the trees and the power lines, this pine tree we've been showing you all morning, encased in ice, great looking stuff, but it's being weighed down and stressed. Now, if we had more ice, and a bit colder, and more precip and wind, then we'd be talking about some real issues here. Out in the far end of Oklahoma, in the Panhandle, we did get that report of 1 inch of ice, and out there, out around Weatherford and Buffalo, about 15% of the customers with Northwest Electric without power. But statewide, OG&E, Oklahoma Gas and Electric, they've got 750,000 customers, and last check, only 1,000. So we're in pretty good shape. Roads too, icy on the grass. The roads are fine, as you can see right here. I mean, this is not bad at all. It's just wet, and we've got daylight now, so that means things will start to melt off even before the temperature gets above 32. Our forecast right now, there's the afternoon temperatures climbing above freezing, up to about 40. Could be some thunder later, and then in the days ahead, we're heading way above average to about 60. But as you head north today, you'll get into colder air, and that's where we have the continued risk of icing into parts of Iowa, Nebraska. Let's check in now with Dr. Greg Costell.
Mike, thank you very much. We're watching the ice storm in progress now continue to affect Kansas, parts of Oklahoma, Missouri. It's going to be moving northward today. Let's look at the radar, and I can show you exactly where it's happening. The radar is detecting basically freezing rain all across that zone in those areas shaded in purple. It's being matched up well by the observations. Freezing rain, if you're not familiar with it, it's rain falling from the sky and freezing on contact. It's very deceiving because you might look out your window or be driving around or walking around and think it's raining, but it's actually freezing on the surfaces. Very, very dangerous stuff. I contend the most dangerous of all the winter weather types. Basically, there's the freezing line. This line right in here. So everywhere north of that is less than 32 for the most part. And there's some good news here that we're not dealing with an ice storm that is so cold, like in the teens and low 20s, where everything would freeze up and we'd get no melting. The fact that we're near 32 in many of those locations, even on the cold side of the storm, means that we're probably getting some melting, certainly on the more heavily traveled roads, at least a little bit, even though the rain is coming down and freezing to some extent. Let's look at some of the observations, though, that I just picked out here in eastern Kansas and Garnett. They got about 1/4 of an inch of ice already accumulating on the trees, power lines, and even much more than that is happening in western Kansas and western Oklahoma. All the way out here, Mike said I was talking about Beaver, Oklahoma, just to the east of Guyman. There were reports of 1 inch of ice, and check out what that looks like. This is a picture from our website here in Beaver, Oklahoma. This is from Chelsea Lynn Parker, and you can see a tree down, no doubt about that, and tons of ice everywhere. I imagine travel essentially impossible in that western part of Kansas and Oklahoma. Let's now have a look at MCI, the downtown airport. A little puzzling here. Maybe they're not reporting freezing rain. That may just be an instrumentation thing, because pretty much everywhere around Kansas City, it is freezing rain. Not necessarily real hard, but it's accumulating and accreting pretty much on everything. And here's a picture of the road map across parts of Kansas, where the blues here represent partially covered roadways in ice. And south of Kansas City, we're starting to see a lot more of that across the central part of the state as well. And I think there'll be a lot more of that later on this afternoon, with many more roads covered in ice. Timing it out from this morning through the afternoon. Look at the northward progress, though, of that freezing rain getting into southern Nebraska and parts of Iowa later on this evening. The I-80 corridor is going to be dealing with freezing rain, unfortunately, and we'll still have it in parts of western Kansas where they're just going to get clobbered out here, guys. There's going to be well over an inch of ice in some locations, and maybe up to a quarter of an inch of ice, or maybe more than that across parts of Iowa and northern Illinois. It's going to keep moving northward during the morning hours tomorrow, and overall the picture tomorrow looks like that. We're not done with this storm yet. Check out the good news, guys. There's a lot of green on this map. Warmer air is moving northward into places like Kansas City. You're going to get a lot of melting once this ice storm is over. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
get you through there. Justin Michaels is live in Kansas City, but you know, we are eventually going to see rain here, but it may get worse before it gets better, Justin.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the 80,000 people, Nick and Kelly, going to tonight's game, the divisional playoff between the Steelers and the Chiefs, well, they could have a tough time getting there, and then sitting at the game is just basically, aside from the excitement on the field, is going to be miserable because it's going to be cold and it's going to be damp and there could be rain and it's not going to be very nice. Let's talk to Becky Almeroth. She's with the MoDOT, Missouri Department of Transportation. Becky, thanks for being with us this morning.
Good morning.
So tell me, you have been out and about. We were with some of your crews yesterday here in Kansas City. They have been working their hearts out, making sure the roads are as clean as possible. I understand it's 24 hours a day and 12-hour shifts. How are your crews doing this morning?
They're doing fairly well. We actually had that little bit of break in the window of dry time yesterday because we sent a lot of crews home to get some additional sleep and get rested up. For what we came in overnight because we knew this was going to be a battle. And our number one priority today is kind of watching that freeze line and making sure that Interstate 70 is clear so that we can get all those fans to the game tonight.
Sure. So today is what you've been building up to. This is Winter Storm Jupiter, Ice Storm Jupiter. It is icing here near Country Club Plaza. A lot of the trees are beginning to bend a little bit, so ice is beginning to form on things. How are the roads around the state right now?
This is where it could get a little bit dicey and we're a little worried. Since we had so much rain overnight, most of our treatment has been washed off the roadway, so we have over 1,500 trucks out right now. Just getting ready to retreat and make sure we do expect it to get worse before it gets better, and making sure everything's clear.
Huh. You just never know.
And then as far as the treatment you're doing, of course, it's the salt, it's the sand, but also I love the fact that you guys use beet juice. To remind viewers, how does beet juice help this situation?
It actually makes the salt more effective at lower temperatures. So when you're using a mixture of salt brine and that even rock salt, it'll stick to that rock salt or the brine, and it actually sticks and stays in place on the pavement better. So it doesn't, high volumes of traffic usually knock the rock salt off or blow the brine off, but it actually helps it stick and really been effective for this storm.
Becky Almeroth with MoDOT. We really appreciate your time this morning. And Kelly and Nick, I'll tell you what, it is a chilly morning, and in fact, we've seen it, the precipitation coming down. It's been harder. Right now, it's a little light, but again, like I said to Becky, guys, it is beginning to form on untreated surfaces and trees like behind me. And of course, the concern with that, also power lines, there could be power issues later. So we'll stay on top of that for you. Get to you guys.
Obviously, a lot of concerns. Thanks so much, Justin Michaels. Boy, Jupiter has it all, doesn't it? It's got freezing temperatures, freezing rain, snow, and ice across the Midwest. So, as we deal with these cold temperatures, we have some tips.
In 2 miles, take exit 76 toward US 77 in El Dorado.
You want to try and cut across up here, or you want to go back into...
So Winter Storm Jupiter, as you know, is affecting a lot of people, especially right there where you are in the middle part of the country.
If that's a secondary road they haven't treated, it may be like
Well, good morning, and it is raining here pretty much all night. It's going to be freezing later today, and Red Cross is all about preparedness. And so one of the first things you can do is just stay off the roads, as we've said. The other thing is the Red Cross has an emergency app that is free and it provides vital information on how to keep your family safe. The other thing is listen to your elected officials, tune into the Weather Channel, be informed. Also, make sure you have your emergency kit in your car. I have mine, and it's in my car all the time, and it has a change of clothes, it has a blanket, it's got water, it's got snacks. I also have an emergency kit as well that's always in my car, so be prepared.
You know, severe weather, ice storms, they can often lead to power outages. What advice do you have for them?
Well, we've experienced a lot of power outages here in the Midwest, and so one of the things you want to do is unplug your electronics. Also, if you're using a generator, make sure it is outside, but if it's raining, you can't use your generator. So be really careful.
And Cindy, obviously when the power goes down, you got to stay warm.
Without a doubt. So you can also use your fireplace, but never leave the fireplace unattended. If your power's out for a while,
but if you're driving,
you can't stay in your house, then you can also look on your Red Cross emergency app
wherever
and see
you
where there's a
feel
local shelter that you can
comfortable.
go
I'm
to.
not. You're the one that makes that decision.
Cindy Erickson from
drive, all that you drive. You want to get on one of these back roads and drive all that you drive. I don't care. I'll just buckle up.
What is it, 77 or?
Yeah. It's 4-lane, it's probably better shape.
I just don't know if one place is going to be any different than the other. You know, you're chasing 1 degree. You know, that's kind of hard to do.
That's why I asked you on them roads are showing closed.
Yeah.
You know, if they're roads like this or if they're roads like that county road we just was on.
Well, them ones they're showing closed. I mean, they're not showing. I'm not seeing any they're showing closed. I heard her say that, but.
I thought one of those are county roads or if they're.
Well, there's state
not
roads, but
like this.
all it shows is covered. And these here just says partially covered. Now red is closed.
Yeah.
And I don't see a red road nowhere.
Oh, I think it just. I think you could take a dart and throw and.
Only thing I'm going off of is the temperatures right now. See these temperatures out here? Well, they said this is where it's supposed to be the worst anyway, but these temperatures out here is in the 20s. And it's getting, there's a 29 reading in Kansas City, but they're 30 and 31 all around it, so I'd say that one is wrong.
Unless that cold air is supposed to move in there and get colder.
It's warmer to the south, and they've been saying this south's just going to continue to move forward, you know, north. And it's, right now, they're at the south edge of Kansas City's but down here, this is still cold all the way down here. So we'll just run up there and see. The only reason I thought over here was, you know, the number of people out. But shoot, there's nobody out. They're being smart, staying home.
Well, there won't be no news coverage when it gets closer this afternoon. It'll all be right there, though. That's all they're worried about, that football game.
Yep. We could probably turn and go right to there and there'd never no difference. It's 40 at home. Pretty nice down there. That's the warmest north. Well, I shouldn't say right there, but 40, 41. At Rogers, Springdale, 36 in Springfield, and Monette. That's the warmest around. That's good. I think there is a lot more starting to get on the trees. bet tonight you couldn't get a room in Kansas City. I bet they've got every room up there booked. They're planning on after the game being slick. Well, it's actually saying by 11 o'clock now it's supposed to clear out. But I think it's going to be sooner than that. Look how close if that keeps moving forward, their first deal may be more right, that by noon it'll be it's 33 degrees in Joplin. Shows us going the wrong direction.
We're going southeast, I think.
Yeah, it shows you gotta go the other way.
I didn't hear that thing say anything. Did you?
When you got off 35, you turned east.
I don't know, I just turned right, that's what it said.
Just got on 254 up here.
You on 54 or 77?
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Kansas 254 West.
I don't know which one's 77. Is that the one that goes north farther? Or?
In 1,000 feet, turn left onto Kansas 254
Might be
West.
best to go 54 over because it's just a little jog over to the interstate. North of Wichita.
Whichever.
Turn left onto Kansas 254 West, West
Depends on
Central
where you want
Avenue.
to go.
Salina.
Yeah, let's take 54.
Is that the one that's farther north? I don't know, just punch it, say go.
54 goes right over there.
Continue on Kansas 254 West for 4 miles.
You mean 254?
Make a U-turn, then turn right onto Kansas 254 West. In a quarter mile, turn left onto West 6th Avenue.
take over the navigation.
I don't know what 54 is. Just cut right back.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto North Taylor
Don't
Street.
listen to that. Just get back to that road. There's a 254, but there's a
Probably the same road.
In 1,000 feet, turn right onto Kansas 254 West.
yeah, that must be the one that you was talking about.
Turn right onto Kansas 254 West, West Central Avenue.
What's that big old courthouse, isn't it?
Continue on Kansas 254 West for 3 miles.
Big old.
We found a faster route via Kansas 254 West, which saves 6 minutes. If you prefer to stay on the current route,
That's where we're at. What town is this? I don't even know what town we're actually in.
Eldorado. According to mine, this 254 should take us right to 135 or I-35. It's supposed to be the fastest route. The northern route was 6 minutes. Hell no, it was actually 4 minutes faster, but that's with good road conditions, who knows?
Was who here last night? I see another Spangles there.
Yeah.
Look, was this where we was at? Essential services.
Nathan.
They usually get on you for playing music like that. They used to. It's kind of a. You can get into a I don't like playing music when you're not authorized to. What do you call it? Infringements. Hartman. Where's he at?
He's screaming. There's a Corey that comes in home.
be like traffic like this all the time, wouldn't it? That house back there to put plastic all around their house.
It is.
Yeah, hanging down from like the eaves all the way around these. Hanging down. Plumb down past the windows. I don't know if he's... I guess a guy could take some of that, like net wrap that they wrap bales with, just go around your house with it. Warm it up. Heavy on the fences. Not as much ice on the fences as I've seen anywhere. Trees are leaning over a lot more. There's a lot more ice right here. As far as on the trees. I'm showing warming up 32 degrees. What's the truck showing?
30.
This one may be off on kind of all that ice on it. I come more thinking the truck was right.
Basically just back to Wichita where we're at.
plug in for your phone?
No, not yet.
Adding a few more roads out in here. Noticed that one wasn't there a while ago, and that one wasn't. This line just seems to be kind of on the edge of it. Say Matt went to? He was
Went to Mexico on vacation, I think.
Depends which way you want to go here. That way actually looked closer, but for some reason it don't have us going that way. I'm just looking at it and it started to have us take it. driving part of it. Up the side, there's ice on it.
It's definitely causing some. Right. Want to adjust this.
Shit. I left my microphone in the motel.
What?
I left my mic in the motel.
You sure you didn't put it in your bag?
Yep.
Well, we can.
How far are we from it? Surely not very far.
We're about to I-35. We can get back on and run back down there.
Call them. No, it was laying there by the TV. That was not very far from where we're. That wasn't Claremore. That was.
Wichita.
That's. How far it is.
Well, it don't matter. We gotta go get it.
Which is 15 minutes. I bet they haven't touched the room yet. Huh?
In a half mile, continue onto I-235 south.
Did you punch it in? Is that what?
Yeah.
So don't get on 30.
Yeah, we'll go.
Stay 30.
Let's see. It's got us just going like we are. I
Continue
guess
onto
it just
I-235 south, Kansas 254 west.
bends
Then
off.
use the left
Bends
lane
off.
to take exit 16A.
Take 16A.
Yeah.
Use the left lane to take exit 16A.
Yeah, it's just down here about 15 minutes.
Continue on I-135 south for 6 miles. Continue on
I'm not used to
I-235
I
south
had
for
put that
3/4
on
of a
and was
mile.
messing with that yesterday. I took it off and set it right behind the TV.
Continue on I-135 south for 5 miles. You are on the fastest route. You should reach your destination by 8:37 a.m.
There'll be a number here for the room.
They give you a hard copy.
Yeah. cars that's been along the side of the road last night. That we was in, it was 3 something. It should be on here.
They almost
329.
In 2 miles, take exit 6A for US 54 East, US 400 East toward Kellogg Avenue.
Yeah, we're gonna be there time I'd call them. Guess Kate called them. They want to know what brand of mic.
US 54 East for 5 miles.
Just get there when we get there. Go in there and tell them you left something. Go up and get it.
decorative with these kind of overpasses and stuff, and it really does look good. And you know, when you pull into a town and see that kind of stuff. They're building a lot of stuff out here, aren't they? A lot of new stuff.
In 500 feet, turn right onto South Wildcat Lane.
What is Costco? Is that a... I've heard that before, but boy, that is huge.
Maybe like a Walmart or something. I don't know.
Sharp right onto South Webb Road.
They got a gas station.
In 1,000 feet, turn left onto East Corporate Hills Drive.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, actually. I've sure heard about them before, but I've never... I can't see good enough to...
Drive, then your destination will be on the left.
Well, I wondered what this place looked like in the daylight.
I didn't think we'd be back to see.
find anything up there? I've been watching it, and one station says it's going to get worse, and one says it's going to get. So I don't know. Well, that's all I talked about. Kansas City, but.
This key won't work now. That's nice. The heck? This key must have quit working. 2 cycles of the horn honking. Honk, honk. It wouldn't start it either.
It won't? It went through. I never thought about that.
Well, I don't know why it wouldn't start it. But the key's worthless.
Well, no. But it started honking, huh?
Yeah. And then I got in here, it quit honking, and so I tried to start it again. It went to honking again. I sit here and let it honk.
That's kind of embarrassing, though. It ain't bad if nobody's around, but
I don't know where that. We had a key that worked. I don't know what happened. If it's got mixed up or something, or. They said they called 911, thought the truck was being stole.
That'd been funny if I'd have come out of there and cops had you on the ground.
Yeah.
The right act. I said, there he is. He's been trying to steal it all day. We need to go right here, don't we?
I think so. Check here.
Yeah, I know we do.
Yeah, it was laying right there where I thought it was.
Did you look around and make sure we didn't leave anything?
Yeah. It wasn't we, it was me.
Yeah.
I picked up everything I usually take in. But I kind of laid that behind the TV when I.
See, is this?
Not yet. Kate, straight ahead. Kate said, "Don't worry, it's a misdemeanor."
Stealing the automobile or?
We got ice coming at us, it shows, but we'll head north and see. It's meant to be. Maybe there's going to be something we need to cover over here. The people that start cleaning probably don't get there
use the right lane to
very
take
early.
I-135 north, US.
people probably don't leave until about now.
No, probably not. Right here than anywhere I've seen though.
Well, I think there is too.
I've got 31. What do you got?
32. That ice may be messing with this one up here.
Wish we had that scanner.
I can send that in. Keep saying that, don't do it.
In a half mile, use the right lane to take the I-135 North, US 81 North Kansas 15 North exit towards Salina. Use the right lane to take the I-135 North exit, then keep right at the fork. Keep right at the fork.
Yeah, it says keep right here, yep.
Continue on I-135 North for 87 miles.
Well, it shows the heaviest part of it right here south of Salina. It's real heavy. Leave it like that, I can tell more that away. We'll be up there by the time it gets there. Look at that big bunch of stuff. Oh, look at right there, that's right in the heart of it. All the heavier stuff. It's right on the edge. It shows this out here, maybe it's showing in the 20s.
Continue on I-135 North for 86 miles.
Charles was down on Prospect Street this morning.
Chinese car.
Really?
Yeah.
GPS signal acquired. got a lot of their power lines over here underground.
That's really the best way to do them if you can.
underneath one of them big old towers and get the ice falling off of it, you could stand under there and we could get it coming down and see if you could dodge it.
Have you ever noticed that you're just still trying to kill me?
But it might.
Have you noticed that, Kelly? I'm starting to see a pattern here.
Have you ever watched that around them when they get ice like that on them? Yeah. Man, they come down. It's just like big spears coming down.
And then freezing very right on contact. So this whole area right out here is right around 32 degrees or just a couple of degrees less. So there's a lot of ice being accumulated in that zone across the great state of Kansas and parts of western Oklahoma as well, and even in central Missouri as well. The approximate freezing line is here, but notice that even on the cold side, ice accumulations in eastern Kansas down a little bit, but in western Kansas, totally different story. Beaver, Oklahoma, right about there, has a couple hours ago reported an inch of ice accumulation in some nearby cities like Buffalo and Woodward, Oklahoma. Check out these spectacular images from both of those locations. Buffalo, Oklahoma earlier this morning looked like this, and look at this in Woodward, Oklahoma. We have images like this with trees on houses. So this kind of icing, a half inch, an inch, brings down trees everywhere, brings down power lines, and is a real, I guess, mess for the infrastructure. So let's also talk about the locations far to the east in eastern Kansas and western Missouri. Right now, Kansas City International, MCI, which is right about there. Traveling to the game because the ice is beginning to accumulate across even there. Now, moving forward between now and say tonight, we're going to get a lot more ice, especially in places in central western Kansas and western Oklahoma. We'll get some more here in Kansas City and in Missouri, and more in Iowa and Nebraska as well. Perhaps as much as a quarter inch up that way. But the real big winner or ice is coming your way everywhere in between, of course, in eastern Iowa and northern Illinois. Kansas City goes over to rain likely later on this afternoon and evening, but just barely. it's a close call. So watch out. A degree or two can make all the difference in the world. And by tomorrow, guys, rain in many places that are getting ice right now.
That's that anti-ice liquid. That's that beet juice they're putting down in.
I don't know.
Anti-ice liquid. I expect that's probably what it'd be.
Yeah, it could be that or the rock salt stuff, that liquid.
You wasn't doing anything.
What we got up here?
I think you got that old boy speaking.
Ducks out there in the, or geese out there in the field. I don't see them out there. Was behind us there.
braking anything.
Yeah.
Enough for tonight's football game, but still we're starting to see some impacts from Winter Storm Jupiter all across the plains.
Do what?
That was the road to Hutchinson there. They don't want to get.
Semi-trailer jackknifed along Highway 154 due to slick roads.
Where's that at?
Out to the, I don't know what town that is. I see very slick roads developing. That's at I think that's Great Bend. That's what that is. Out around Great Bend. It's kind of coming up through there, so look at the radar out that way. It's right out in here, in the middle of all that. I could cut over there, and if you can always go north and go up back to the highway right there. I'm just wondering when this all hits up here on the Interstate 70 if that isn't going to be a mess.
Could be.
Well, that's going to come right into lining right up in there. out there in the field. Says all the people on our chatters, they're wanting to set up a Facebook page for a fan page for us. I don't see nothing wrong with it if they want to do it.
Just make sure you get my good side. What'd she say?
I got a comment before I say it. And my phone's messing up. Like slow. She said, you mean no napping pictures?
I was really studying the weather models.
What was her name?
Victoria.
Phone says searching for GPS. It usually don't do that when it's right there, but it's done it today.
If you just said something, I didn't hear what it was.
Pretty much throwed us off. We thought a little ice would be more news than a lot of ice, and there isn't even a little ice where we thought there was going to be. Kansas City would have got slick. That'd have been the
Let's get the colder.
yeah. temperature on here where it would show on this map. Around, it's like 30 about everywhere, even out here at Russell now. It's 20. I'd say 28. That one's 30. That one's 30. 30. 30. Still streaming. He was headed up earlier where it's really showing kind of bad right now. Shows he is. What's it look like right there? Kind of like here. About something.
Looks like he's on the side road.
Hey Nathan, what's the temperature up there where you're at? Oh, that's quick. Oh, that's your gear. I thought that come over his. Where he He's at it. I'm showing 28.
27. I literally just about slid off the road. I parked there, regrouping.
Okay, be safe.
Yeah, the roads are a solid sheet of ice up here, man. Just, if you even for 1 second go off the main road, you could be going 10 and you're sliding into the ditch.
What road are you on?
He's right straight at Salina and just inside Nebraska.
You on a side road or on the main road?
Yeah, on the main road going up through there.
The interstate?
Well, there's not an interstate going up there. That road right there. He's straight just over the line.
He's in Nebraska.
Yeah.
He's probably on one of those side or up there where they don't treat them roads. If this road here wasn't treated, I think it'd be bad.
We could turn and go over here, but I think we'll probably get the same thing up here, and it might, you know, on the around the interstate. They're gonna might have more people traveling. They're gonna be working it harder.
Thing of it is, if it drops, the temperature drops, and it continues to do this, you got to give it time to build up on there.
Yeah. So you just get a good spot and sit back and.
That's what he's got up there. They don't treat them roads. There's not very much traffic. It's just built up.
See where most of this rain looks like it's headed. See, this is all going right in around Russell out here. That's all going right to the east of that. East of Salina, it's showing 20, what's that, 28 there. About the same as up there. That's right here, if you look there, right there's the coal line. See, it's 30 all the way up here in Nebraska, comes right down that line right there. And everything, that side is just about west of Salina is coal. You can just kind of a little warm deal right here, a little edge. Start 31, still 31 here, but guess they're building a Facebook fan page. Be cool.
Did you get her internet or her cable working?
I think so. Shows some ice on that dish. I've had that happen. Here's this up there where Nathan's at. See, there's Topeka, Salina. See, it's right up here. See, these roads right up in here.
There'd be a lot of them roads closed if this goes up through there, because I imagine there's more rules. They don't treat them.
They don't close them though up there. They close the interstate, but they don't close any of the state roads. Anyway, I've never seen them. They may close, like I say, the Interstate 80 up there. They probably they might shut it down. Up there, we may get to try the chains out.
Get up where?
We get up into real bad stuff.
We're going into Nebraska.
I don't know where the ice is gonna go. Talk like it'd go up around Omaha. Put the chains on up there. Gets bad enough we have to do that. We'll set a camera out there or something and turn it around and get us doing it. done it. It's
I'm
just
kind of an amateur.
it's been a lot of years since I've done it. Them darn chains are a pain in the butt. But you know, they didn't used to have a lot of that stuff like them tensioners and stuff that they've got now. You just got to get out and tighten them up a lot.
That bucket seat, is it cables or chains?
Chains.
Oh. I thought that was awful heavy to be cables.
But as long as we can put it in four-wheel drive and go 25, 30 mile an hour and be okay, I mean, that's all we can do with chains. I just not have them on. We keep from it. And we might just be able to, if we have to, just put them on the front.
You put them on, well, that's what they recommend on the four-wheel drive if you just go one set. Helps you steer. We used to just lay them down and run over them. I don't know how they do it. Of course, that was the old time. I don't know.
You used to do it how?
We'd lay them out and then run over them.
See, you got it down. You know how to do it.
That was the old style. I don't know about that.
They're the same way, I guess. I looked on there, the way they do it now is the way they showed these is lay them over the top and then just roll up about a quarter of the way and then snap them.
They may be all one piece.
They are.
The old ones, you used to have to adjust them to whatever tire size you had.
Well, you got to do that.
Well, if they're one piece, how do you adjust them?
Take links up on them.
So they're not one piece then?
Huh?
They're not one piece then?
Yeah, they're one piece.
If we take links out, how do you do that?
They're just like the old ones used to be. What do you call them? Two pieces.
The old ones you could adjust. One piece is just made for a certain size tire.
Well, this would probably fit different sizes. I mean, it's one chain. If you pick it up on one piece.
So it's not just one continuous one.
It's just like the old chains used to be. I guess that's the way they looked. I haven't pulled them out of the package. We're about in the heaviest part of that now.
You gotta stop.
Not many bridges through here. The bridges is what's getting people in trouble. And here comes one right in front of us.
travel on. It's kind of like little ice bones.
And you have that visual reminder of like, oh, there's some ice on the road, but the freezing rain, it just looks like a wet road. It's such a mess.
It is a mess. It's very deceiving, and underlying that is a lot of danger. But north of that, we've got the snow coming into Iowa. That's actually the best of all winter weather types. But I think that snow, even in Omaha, Nebraska, or in western Iowa, is going to go over freezing rain probably later on this afternoon or this evening and lasting through tomorrow.
Well, that's the problem, right? You've got a lot of cities that have yet to see the start of the freezing rain part of it. You know, we're talking a lot about Kansas City and St. Louis for good reason, heated. But yeah, you've got Omaha that'll be on tap.
Quarter to
we'll see if
3/4
Omaha
inch.
gets that much. I'm not a little skeptical on the higher amounts. I'd lean toward the lower end of the spectrum, maybe a quarter of an inch less. But that's plenty.
Yeah.
That covers the roads, the power lines. You'll have power outages and scattered. And the travel will be extremely dangerous. And so we'll see these effects, I think, begin later on this afternoon or this evening.
That'll probably be the next story after Kansas City's over with.
Right, and you know, we've had the advantage of it being a weekend where most people are going to be off the road
That'll
anyway.
be the tomorrow
Now you start to get
thing.
into some of these cities where they're going to have to make that decision about whether it's that morning drive, am I heading out later, you know, in the evening for dinner plan. So a lot of people are trying to make that decision now about what's going to be icy tomorrow.
A lot more is coming with this storm, and you can see it really kind of winding up right now across parts of Mexico. Right in there, there's a counterclockwise swirl in the atmosphere, and out ahead of it, there's a lot of lift, and it's being realized in the form of rain. And where we have some cold surface temperatures here,
This
Kansas,
thing may just be getting
Kansas is
wound
getting
up.
hammered by freezing rain, especially the western half of the state, western Oklahoma as well. Some places will probably end up with 2 inches of ice.
That looked a little slick to
towns
me.
really in ruin in some cases.
Right, when you look at Kansas and some of their historic ice storms, they've been on that 2+ inch ice accumulation list, so they know all too well what that can do. But look at that I-70 corridor. We've got accumulating snow in Denver, but you see that northward jog by late tonight and tomorrow of that freezing rain.
Tomorrow morning, it could be in Lincoln, Omaha, Des Moines. We think it will be. Watch out if you're traveling in the morning. I know for many of us it's a holiday, but in case you are, watch out all across the upper Midwest and Great Lakes, including the great state of Wisconsin, getting some freezing rain, Maria, and southern Minnesota as well.
I can't get over Kansas and Nebraska. I mean, it's like a cake, right? You have the snow, the pink, the purple, and the rain all in one day.
I'd take the rain, but it's coming soon. Warmer air is on the way, so hopefully it'll melt all the way. We'll be right back.
How far Corey's going north. He said he was going north. Hello? Oh, it's going better. Had a little rough start this morning, but it's going okay now. Forgot and left one of my cordless mics in the room and went back and got it. We're up by Salina right now. Kansas. We're going to probably try and end up this afternoon or in the morning somewhere around Omaha, a little west somewhere, around Interstate 80. Yeah, I told him it was okay. Sure. And Clay, he had asked before about, hunting on the pond back there, and I told him that'd be okay. He asked about, hunting ducks and that, but I just don't want him out of the truck. I mean, that's the worst thing. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Huh? No? Seems like it bothers me more the evening. But it's down to 30 degrees now. So. Okay, make sure Rainy comes helps you. Okay, we'll see you. Have you heard anything from Ricardo? Okay, we'll see you. Bye. Kind of wondering if we don't want to stop up here and kind of let this all come in, this rain and that's coming, and kind of see what it's going to do. If that's going to put some ice. Them ice reports, they're kind of coming right up this way. We're kind of at the front of it. We might want to get up here on a good, close to a little bridge or some kind of. If a guy could find something that they hadn't treated, that's maybe a side road or something around Salina. I don't know. We'll just have to get up here and see. Might be.
Might be a little ant hill, but.
What if you gotta find places where they gotta stop? Come up to.
I don't know if it's hillier over there. Get off here. Or go
I go on up. I get around the interstate somewhere. We'll see if that's. I don't think it's going to get. They've probably got that interstate took care of, I'd say. But
I would imagine.
see something like this, just a little. See, they're showing a little hill.
Maybe Charles got a wreck up there this morning. I think he got it on camera.
Did he?
As it was happening. I don't know. Said something about it.
Look at the interstate here and see if showing slick or traffic slowdown on the interstate right over in here. Ellsworth, right in that area. We might drive up the interstate that way a little bit and see what it's like up that way. Kind of give that time to come in, and we always turn around and come back down here. I think if we go north, whether it be easier, this is probably the best road right here. One that just goes straight out of here. It goes all the way into Nebraska. You know, and that may be the biggest.
That's the one Nathan's on now.
Well, yeah, but he's way on it. He's up into Nebraska. But that's the road. It's pretty straight, good road. It's just they might not have treated it as well. I think he had. Now look, here's what I was talking about, the trailer park. Well, that's a tornado magnet. It's at the south side of Salina. That's the one it goes for a long ways up through here. I think it's one of the biggest trailer parks I think I've ever seen. If a tornado, see, look, this thing goes a long ways to the east. It still goes up through here. See, it's just
Hello. Even have some strikes of thunder, so we have thunder, freezing rain in some areas. That's how dynamic the system is. We are looking for more severe weather coming across the southern plains of Texas coming up. We're going to have Missouri back through southwestern Missouri into areas of Kansas and Oklahoma. In north of there, temperatures are at or have been below freezing, so we have rain falling through that, and that is giving us that accumulating ice. Many areas here are still dealing with concern for more ice as we head through the next several hours, which means, yeah, the sun comes up, you think things will be warming up, but it doesn't. We still see plenty of freezing rain across the area.
Where that slowdown is, it just shows
so
it's like
in Colony, still a
35 minutes to the middle of it. So.
Good news is only a glaze on the ground, so the ground is still not accumulating as much ice as some of the areas above ground where the trees and power lines are, but still, that could bring down power lines and keep a lot of people in the dark. And in the forecast for this morning, we can still see a little mixture around the St. Louis area as you head north and west, and even east of town. Better chances.
You know, as far as the trees up here, down around Wichita,
the game was supposed to start around noon
it
time.
had
They
more.
pushed that back to 7 o'clock, and good reason.
See, look, there's not much right here. The ice and that's just not.
You got to give it time, Kelly. It's just the weather's got it. The rain's got to hit it.
back down there, it's had it. This up here, it's not even.
It's just now getting up here.
Yeah, that's that. See that? Yeah. I'm surprised they put it there that close to the road.
I am too.
When we get off up here, stop and I'll beat on the windows a little bit. It's dropped down. It's about to go down again. You know, it's going to be 29 degrees here pretty quick. And all that coming up here, it may do some. And it's coming right at us, all that. We might not want to go too far to the west. We can go look and see while we're going to cruise down it and see if we see anything.
In a half mile, take exit 95B for I-70 west toward Hayes.
Right around these little areas like this where they're slowing down, taking off.
Take exit 95B.
You know, if a guy could set up like you know, on something like that right there and shoot this.
Continue on I-70
see a
west
little higher, you can kind of see. You know, kind of shoot like in there or something. When they're not on the air like that, if we could just film something happening. Would be a good. Show traffic stopped up here a ways. We'll see what it's up here pretty good ways.
Yeah.
Well, it's up here 40 minutes. Shut the wipers off. Try another wiper. shows up in that. Probably have to heat it up. Well, them other kind of wipers might actually work better. It builds up in them little arms in there. Well, right now it's not showing that. It's showing it slowed down, but it's not showing it stopped. There for a little bit it was showing it stopped. See what that weighs, if it's got anything on it. It shows a slowdown. Slowed down to 48 miles an hour. About to go to 29 on this one. Yours probably already is, isn't it?
28.
Is it? Yours might probably reading right. I'm going to use yours because I think it's little slow down area. I think it's right here. No, it's a little bit past it. It's about Wilson right there is where it's at. So it's showing up on yours. It should out there. You should see it change color. If you've got it, you may not have that on yours.
Mine will show up if it's red or something.
Does it?
It ain't showing up on here. What are you showing?
It's showing orange. It was red and it went to orange. Right through there. That's south of Slating Grove. It was red. There's a little spot after that. You zoom in.
Say what it is. You see, it's only got that one side of that closed right there.
Well, it's showing both sides.
See where it's green right there?
Yeah.
Green on one side and orange on the other
yeah.
side. I would think if it was weather related, it'd have both closed.
Well, it may be, but it also could be a wreck, is what I was. On out here at Walker and that, see, they've got red's red there too. Little spot, there's a couple little spots back there. Maybe, and you might not have been zoomed in enough to seen it. Sometimes you got to zoom in. pretty good. But right now, this is in pretty good shape. Here behind it, it's 31, 32, and you got some 29s right in here, and then you're warm again. There's just a little strip of cool air kind of right through here. That says 30, but it's kind of a little area that seems to be colder. See how Freddie's a great band. I'll text him. This is 70, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty close. It says 30 below here, so I'd say it's pretty close one way or the other. What are you showing on temperature?
30.
Huh?
Here?
Yeah.
28.
said it was pretty icy down there.
Yeah, I'd say it's that time to get in there and freeze.
Yeah. He's a great Ben. He's probably doing that. He's probably gonna come right up this road with it right here, I'd say. Not seen anybody reported on if there was a wreck at the slowdowns there, but if there was a wreck there, they'd have surely reported it, I thought.
Maybe it's construction or something.
Maybe.
I don't know why they'd have one side closed and not the other. You'd think if it's slick, it'd be slick on both sides. You'd have thought so.
Yeah. Get off at this next exit and just wait. It's actually cooled off. It's cooling off still a little bit out here. We might see if we can stick it on the trees or something. I don't know. We've done a real good job of staying out of stuff.
Really?
Got these wind deals up here. We can get one of them take off and sling ice. Boy, wouldn't that be a sheet of ice come off one of them? That would.
I wonder if they're heated.
They're all turning real slow. Never seen them turn that slow. I wonder if that's to keep ice from settling on them or something. I bet that's got something to do with icing up. Because they're not even turning hard enough to. And this is going to be a higher altitude right here. This is going to be so this ought to be just a little bit cooler. We'll get out and see what it looks like when you get in the next road off. I think there may be one up here at the top. See, we're getting higher up. Should start cooling down. Roads should start icing up. That looks kind of like ice over here, isn't it? Isn't that what that is?
Yeah, it's built up a little.
Starting to show here on the roads. It's cooled down. Be where I've pulled over and filmed before up here. Should be a road, right? It's a couple miles up here. But yeah, it's a different critter right up here. Starting to get here. This may be how this little hill is. It feels
slick.
Huh?
This shit's slick.
Is it?
Hell yeah.
Somebody's hit right there. We might want to set up somewhere here and film with. Was you slipping a little?
You didn't feel that tire? Hell yeah. Right back there.
There may be some crashes right here. We'll set up and there's a road up here a little ways. Maybe we can. It's the one I'm thinking of. We can see back a ways. Be nice. You can see down one of the long ways down one of these.
There's a road there we could get over on if we could, and then shoot back up that hill.
But
the road comes around over here.
We're gonna have to get off up here. See, there's little corners in that here. Bends, that's gonna.
I'm telling you, that hill back there is gonna hit them. As soon as I touch my brake back there, feel that?
Just then.
Slick spots on this thing. There's been one right there already. Right there.
You slide in it?
Right there it is. But up there, it's probably a degree colder up there on that hill.
Yeah.
We need to get off and go back down around that road.
exit right up here at the top of this hill. Around to that. Telling us to go there.
Turn right onto Avenue A. Continue on Avenue A for 1 mile.
Where is it? South of Lincoln. I seen where we was at. South of Lincoln, Kansas.
You giving that to Fields?
Yeah. He said you want to? You know, we were just starting to get to where that road was that color. That may be what the deal is up there. don't see him over here really either. Go in right here. Let me see what that. So far up there. Talk to him.
Hello. Wow. We're just all around. We're actually just off of I-70, just be west of Salina, and just kind of sitting waiting on it to come this way.
Too hazy. Look.
Yeah, it's coming north. Mankato, Kansas. Oh, due north. Well, we're going to go north, so we'll do our best to get up there. Why, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would be a side that nobody tells. So, Mankato. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll have to get back around. I'll just go ahead and drive back. We can't shoot it here.
Here's Kelly. I got to drive some more, so explain some more to you.
Let's see, let me get this. Hello? Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Is it? Well, we're just gonna go north, so we might be able to make it through there. Well, I'll call you if we do. I'll show you your cows. Yeah. Yeah, we might be able to do something like that. Because they're going to go off the air here at 11 o'clock, I think it is. And so it'll be like a deal. They'd have to do it. We'd have to record it now and do it, put it on tomorrow. But yeah, we might do something. If we get up that way, I'll call you, and and you can check with them. Okay.
Mankato, Kansas.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Sounds. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Is there any ice on them cows over there, Randy? No. Not yet. We were seeing if some cows was iced up here. We was going to shoot cows with ice on them.
Ask him how you spell Mankato.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Can you, how do you spell Mankato? Randy was Mankato.
Yeah, that's how
Okay, we'll find her. Mm-hmm.
Is it Kansas or Nebraska?
Kansas. Okay. We'll see you. I will. Okay. We'll see you. Bye. That might be something. I don't know if they'd use it, but we could try it. That might be a little different.
Something different.
Maybe what's slowing them down up here. We'll see when we get up here. It's cooled off here, and we're getting the rain. This ought to. Freddie sent me a picture of the top of his car and the ice on it, and I sent him one of ours. He says, "You win." I-70 is starting to ice up and get slick. Reboot mom.
That's the road you take to go to where Field was catalog. It'd be good to get a picture of somebody feeding some cows.
Yeah. That might be a super good interview, you know that?
The best one we got today.
It might be this next exit up here. Let's look and see that. Yeah, that. All along here, it's just showing it slowing down. This is where it's iced up. See where that next exit is.
Ellsworth is in 1 mile.
That may be the one I got off on. You could see over and see the cars, you know, for a long ways. And I got over and it was some of these that was right next. Now it's iced up here, the trees. Over there.
You can actually start seeing pretty good on the video here.
Yeah. So I can zoom in out there and kind of. That shows them pretty good.
I think they go off there in 7 minutes. You want to get off and try this exit?
Yeah, might be okay. I don't think we need to really go too much farther, but look at that. That looks like a sheet of ice right there. Bet that is. I think this is where I got off, and I went right up there and sit by one of them windmills. Now look at this here. I want to see what this is like here.
Should probably be treated a little bit right here.
Where it's white.
where it's white, it's a sheet of ice. Guy might get over here like and shoot up like that way or something. You can do it for me anywhere here, this side, the other side. You know, and just kind of shoot that. Past the sign there, right? Yeah, kind of get
over here and slide down that bank. That's why I was trying to stay back here a little ways.
Well, I was about to get over here where you could do that. Get right out here and you just sit down right there, and I bet you go to the bottom of it. Get out here a second. Check these. Whoa, no, I'm not.
Introducing the world's first pharmaceutical.
If you get out easy. Might get me going down the hill. What's this? I was gonna slide down through there, but it's kind of.
I was kind of hoping you would.
It wasn't that bad. It's a little bit crunchy. Interstate 70 in Kansas is turning into a sheet of ice. I don't say that. Starting to ice up. We will move toward Omaha.
My God, there's the ultimate ice picture.
A second. Man, where's that at? This afternoon.
Chicago. I find that hard to believe that's now.
What's that way up the hill there? The lights. Is that one
That's
coming?
that tow trailer, that ice truck that went by just a while ago, that state truck.
It's still going? He's sitting up there on top of the hill. That chick see him walk. are we at exactly? I didn't hear him say that. The Weather Channel.
I didn't hear him. Didn't even know you had it on. Straight north of Ellsworth, Kansas on I-70.
North of Ellsworth, Kansas?
Yeah, on I-70.
Ellsworth, Kansas on I-70.
North of Ellsworth, Kansas.
Our founder, Herman DeVry, was inspired by technology.
Are they off now? I don't know what time. Yeah, they probably are. They said the interview would be fine. I'll have to see if Gary, if you could get an interview set up, we will do it with them. How far are we from?
Probably a couple hours, I imagine.
In this weather, or?
Well, depending on the road we take. What was the name of that town again? I didn't took it out of my phone.
If you hit it up at the top, it'll be in it. Still there?
Hour and a half.
2 hours. How do we gotta get there?
Straight north. Go back and then go straight north. Or we can go back to Salina.
What was the name of the town?
Mankato.
Mankato, Kansas. They're off, so my only thing I'd know do is just see if there's any wrecks come up on here. Not seeing any. Check ways. Not seeing any there either. Well, let's head back, I guess. What's them guys are doing? Checking out the... We could go up this be the quicker way. We could go up, that's straight up through there. We could go up there and see what it... I sent Gary a deal.
I better go over here and get some fuel first. I don't know what we'll get up through there. I'd be prepared to have none. I'm gonna goose it here and see if it's slick. Not really. Too bad. But they've got a lot of treatment on there.
Start that, and I'm gonna try and get a hold of Fields and see if he's...
Head north on Kansas 14 North, then turn right onto the I-70 East ramp.
Gary he's not answering me, so I don't guess he's
probably eating somewhere.
I'd say just go on back, head up this way.
Which way? East or west?
East. Hello. Yeah, just a second. Hang on, Randy. Let's see. We got to go back to go north, don't we? To go this is Gary.
Yeah, we got to go down here.
Yeah, go ahead and go on down there. Okay, I've got it. I-E or Y or... Okay. Okay. What's the last name? Dean, D-E? Okay. 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 Yeah. 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 Yeah, we don't want to get out in it really. We just kind of wanted to get them to heck up there, stand there somewhere and say something. Okay, well, we'll talk. Look. Okay. Okay. Okay, sounds great. I'll let you know what's gonna happen. We'll see you. Bye. I think he was trying to get more of us going out in the feedlot and filming, but I don't want to do that. I just like to film from the office, you know, walk outside. They said it was real slick up there, but it was thawing out fast. We're supposed to call them back. What's this down here? I wonder.
Where?
Watch highway truck. I thought it was going up the highway. Is this the...
They said it's real thick but thawed out.
Uh-huh. I'll get behind him. That might be good.
GPS signal acquired.
Knocking some off. Do a Facebook Live at 1:20 Eastern. about an hour. Oh, there's a good shot. Well, they're putting down the ice there. I mean, the salt there. Did you remember what highway this was, Randy?
14.
Highway 14, just north of Interstate 70 in Kansas. Let's go make a good one. They're laying the salt down pretty heavy.
I'd say this first time this road's been touched today.
Give me a pretty good kind of close if you can. Back here it makes it jerky. Every little move you make right or left, I get close and I'll shoot that stuff bouncing on the road. Yeah, about like this. Just try and hold this kind of the same. This was what highway, Randy? I'm gonna say it on there. Or I'll just ask you, and you can say when I start recording. I think this thing's a sheet of ice. If they hadn't have put this salt and stuff down on it. What highway is this?
Highway 14 north of I-70 going to Lincoln, Kansas. I'd say it's the first time it's been touched today anyway.
Slicker now. You can tell right where that trestle went under, couldn't you?
Yeah, you can. There's another one right here.
said that we'd call them. What's your deal say would be there? How long do you think?
Oh, I'd say maybe 2 hours.
Okay.
Hour and a half, 2 hours. It says hour and a half or hour and 40 minutes in good weather.
Yeah. Hey, is this Becky? This is Kelly Williamson with the Weather Channel. How you doing? A little icy, isn't it? We was talked to Fields. Fields got you into a mess. Now it's just me and Randy's coming by there, and we really wasn't wanting a whole lot. We were just what we was kind of wondering was maybe if we could get you to just kind of do an interview with you, maybe some the feedlot in the background or something, and just kind of tell how this weather like this kind of affects the cattle and how you do things different with different weather, and kind of like the other day where you was kind of changing their feed rations or something, seeing what kind of weather's, kind of see how the weather affects what you do. Uh-huh. Well, it's probably, yeah. Well, it's probably going to be, before we could even get up there, it's probably going to be 2 hours, and we could even stop and eat. Yeah, I know it. Yeah. That's okay. Well, if we get up, we're planning on going on up toward Omaha and that. If we get up that way and things don't look like they can, that's fine. I'll just holler at you when we get up there a little bit closer and kind of see how everything's going. Oh, well. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I understand. It probably at the longest would take about 30 minutes. Okay. Is there a good little place to eat around there? Good cafe or something? We're coming from we're coming up from I-70, and what highway is this, Randy? 14. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right now, these roads actually have got better. As soon as we got off the interstate, they were pretty bad. But you know, the farther we've come so far, they're better. We're getting along about 55, 60 mile an hour right now. That may change, but. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like the rain's about to kind of end for a little bit here. Am I looking at the right place? Yeah, it might kind of start slacking off here in a little bit. Yep. Yeah. Yep. I understand that. Well, you're going to get a little harder rain here in a little bit. I was looking. You're going to get some pretty hard stuff, looks like, and then it's going to get a little better for a little while. A little break, and then there's still some more coming into southern Kansas, so maybe. Okay. 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 Sounds great. Okay, we'll see you. Bye. The neat big waterfall up there. Did you see it? There's a possibility they might not be able to do it. They said everything's pretty much in a mess up there right now. She says they couldn't hardly even walk outside. Well, we would holler at her when we got up there.
Why can't they walk outside?
Ice, she said. She said we'd want to stop there and eat. Weather channels, they said need to reset the live view, so I know they're watching.
things go a long way if a man don't have something to drink.
What now?
A little bit of them pork rinds will go a long way if a man don't have plenty water to drink. They'll kind of swell up on something.
Yes, they will. They'll kind of fill you up a little bit, though.
Oh yeah.
Get you.
They'll hold you over.
That's been a good shot. We'll get one up here, though. Seeing if they can still see the stream. Can't stream to the Weather Channel, but I think this stream may still be up. Drop frames right there. I got some, but I think we're still streaming to it. We're going north to do an interview with a feedlot owner. Now there's a shot. See how far you can see? That'd been a place when we was doing that with shooting the truck going off through. That'd be a heck of a road. government's got it.
Big country out here though. Look out there.
Yeah.